Good morning. So Esther is very loyal. And she said one of the jurors, one of you, requested off early today because of a school matter, which is fine. And what she reported to me is that juror requested 3:30, and all the jurors said, how about 3 o'clock? So who am I to say no? We'll break at 3 o'clock today. You've been very, very patient during this entire trial, and if you can get home a little drier, that's fine. In any event, Detective Roberts, you're still under oath, and the people may continue with their, strike that. Defense may continue with their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Roberts, I think we broke off yesterday talking about the parking lot at Target, and then the surrounding video cameras that were there or not there at the time that the incident took place. You recall that?
I recall that.
Okay. So, is it a fair statement that at the time of the murder, LAPD obtained the video of all the Target cameras that were available at that time?
That is my belief.
And it was only later when it was learned that there was perhaps another camera or cameras that could have been exercised but were had to be within a 30-day period, and they missed that 30-day period.
That's my belief, yes.
And we were talking about Mr. Baker and his presence at the Target, and whether or not he did or did not get into a vehicle that had been parked there by Monica Sementilli. We call that, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that there have been various opinions as to who did or did not, or if anyone got into that car or not.
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Well, were you present or were you aware of Detective Gable's testimony concerning whether or not he was able to observe a person, anyone, entering or not entering or leaving the vehicle driven by Ms. Sementilli?
I wasn't in court on the day that Detective Gable testified.
Okay. And you understand, well, we'll get that back to that because there have been other individuals who've asked, experts asked to determine whether or not someone got in or not. And
I object to counsel's testimony.
Sustained.
we'll deal with that. Let me ask you this. You said someone near that vehicle, and it looked to you as if that person got in, correct?
Yes.
Where did that car go following the time it was parked there, which you say included Mr. Baker, in your opinion, in
My
the
opinion.
vehicle? Where did it go then?
It went straight and did almost like a U-turn around the parking area to come down the next lane, and then parked near the back of the parking lot across from the Payless.
Okay. You have that on videotape?
Yes.
Can we see that?
Well, I don't have it on videotape, but I think it's been played with the court.
All right. Let me go by that for now.
Okay.
When you viewed the video,
Yes.
you had complete video, you believe, of Ms. Sementilli when she entered the Target, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe where her car was when it entered?
Well, enters off of Ventura Boulevard.
Okay.
She enters the parking lot and makes a left turn and then stops almost directly across from the Payless Shoe Store.
Okay. Without beating a dead horse, there's no camera available to have captured that on video.
No, the Target video captures that. It's just hard to make out.
Because it's so
with
far away.
Specificity, yes.
Okay, but you can make out the video.
Yes,
Okay. So assuming for now we both agree at the least that Ms. Sementilli is driving the vehicle, it parks there.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, the same objection mean,
Testimony.
I thought that was part of the question. Continue.
Does the vehicle park there?
no. Well, I wouldn't say park, but it stops there for,
Okay. Wrong word. Stops.
it stops for,
Okay.
I don't know,
And
10,
that's
20
when you
seconds.
say it's very difficult, but you think you believe you see some figure enter the car.
No. Well, yes, it comes across the parking lot in front of the car, and then, yes, I believe the figure goes around the front of the car, gets in the passenger side door.
And then what does the car do?
That's when it repositions to the rear of the parking lot.
Okay. And can you describe the motion of the car then? If we're looking at it, does it go to the right if you're looking from the store to the parking lot, to the right side of the parking lot, left side, back, front?
I guess that would be considered the south side of the parking lot.
Okay.
I don't know, right, left.
And you know that this is the car being driven, you believe, because of the nature of the car by Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Well, because we see her leave her residence. She said she went to Target at that time. It's
Okay.
consistent with the evidence in the case that that is her arriving at the Target, and also with the cell phone records.
Okay. And she's always admitted and stated when interviewed that she went to Target.
Correct.
Okay. Where does the car go in the Target lot when it leaves that location that you see originally?
Yeah, after being parked a little over 4 minutes, she backs up and repositions to same lane, about middle of the parking lot, other side.
We put up one of the exhibits, 158, which I believe was prepared by you or on your behalf. Can you see that?
It's easier if I can. Yes?
Okay, is Monica's vehicle visible in that, as it's moving along, in that video, I'll call it? Can you see now a vehicle? Which one is hers, as you know?
The one that's moving down towards us
In the red?
with the red circle around it, yes.
Okay. It's moving down, and what does it appear to be doing now? Parking?
Parking mid-lot, yes.
Okay. Now, you see her exit the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And she enters the target.
Correct.
And there are some videos we've seen where she is entering and also leaving the target.
Yes.
So you have those events memorialized on the video, correct?
Correct.
And then where does she go?
To the Ralphs.
And how does she get there?
She drives the F-150.
Gets back into the F-150, correct?
Yes.
And is she seen leaving the shot, caught by the video cameras?
I'm sorry?
Do the video cameras catch her leaving the store in the target in the vehicle?
Yes.
So we know how she exits and where she goes.
Yes.
Does the video show anybody exiting her vehicle at any time that she has parked in the lot, gotten in the store, returned to the car, or exited the target lot?
No, it does not.
And is it seen leaving the target lot?
Yes.
Is it seen entering the Ralph's store?
Yes.
Okay. So the question then becomes, if in fact, and this is not agreed upon necessarily by all sides.
Again, Your Honor.
Counsel, you notice,
Yes.
don't.
If Mr. Baker, you believe, was seen entering the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
When did you see him exit the vehicle?
I did not see him exit the vehicle.
Did you see the vehicle that he was parked in the rear of the Target parking lot, still there when Ms. Sementilli drove her vehicle out of the lot?
No, his vehicle leaves while Ms. Sementilli is in the Target shopping.
Okay? Leaves before she leaves.
Yes.
At any time does a video show him exiting Miss Sementilli's vehicle and returning to his vehicle where he's parked at the rear of the Target lot?
It does not, but the way that her vehicle is parked on both occasions, when she reparks and then reparks again, or when she initially parks after that stop and reparks again, I'm not sure you would be able to see somebody exit the vehicle.
You're not sure.
Not sure.
What about walking from the vehicle way back to his parking place? Why wouldn't you see that?
That video is grainy, and as I testified to yesterday, is the farther you get back in there, you can't make out persons, you can make out cars.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you have not been able to identify anybody leaving Miss Sementilli's vehicle and she reparks it and walking back towards the vehicle that was parked by Mr. Baker? You just can't see that.
You can't see that.
Okay. Miss Sementilli leaves, and then eventually, does Mr. Baker's vehicle leave?
Prior to Miss Sementilli leaving.
Okay. She goes to Ralph's. You have a video indicating where Mr. Baker goes following his leaving the Target parking lot.
Yes.
And where is that?
He pulls out of the Target parking lot after that. I don't recall if we catch him in that silver. I don't think we catch him again after that. I don't know which way, whether he went right or left out of the Target parking lot.
And he is in the Nissan Versa?
Yes.
Is it fair to say the next time his vehicle is observed, it's in relation to, well, you tell me, when's the next time that vehicle is picked up by any cameras in the area that happen to show his route?
I don't recall after that.
Okay.
That silver Nissan Versa.
Eventually, it's your belief it's taken or driven to the area of the Sementilli home, and the two joggers get out, come up, commit the crime, and then leave in the Porsche that belongs to Mr. Sementilli, correct?
I'm not sure in the area of the Sementilli home, whether it was half a mile down the road or a block around the road. We don't know that, but eventually, yes, I believe that they come to the Sementilli residence in the Nissan Versa.
Okay, and that's where the murder occurs.
Yes.
All right. We've gone through the time line on those events. Right about 5 o'clock, the Porsche exits the home and leaves going down Queen Victoria Lane and then to Oakdale Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
Eventually, that car is not found until a day or two later, is correct?
Correct. Yes,
Porsche.
correct. The Porsche. Yeah.
Do you know if the Porsche was moved at all from the location where it was eventually found? That is, was there any evidence that the Porsche had been parked initially somewhere else and then moved before it was found by LAPD?
On Khalifa, I have no reason to believe that. I believe there is a witness that actually saw it park or saw it there. and I have no reason to believe that it was moved from that Khalifa location.
Do you have a time from a witness or video as to when the Porsche was actually abandoned at the location where it was found?
I believe there's a witness statement. I don't have it with me, but I believe there was a witness statement.
Okay, and do you recall the time that that individual believed he saw the Porsche in the area?
I do not.
It was the next day, correct?
I couldn't say for sure.
You don't know if the Porsche was recovered the same day as the murder or the next
Oh,
day?
your question is confusing. I thought you were talking about when did the witness say it was parked.
No, I'm
that I
sorry.
do not recall.
But you know when it was recovered?
Yes.
And when was that?
I believe it was the day after or 2 days after.
Okay. In the meantime, there was some activity with the Nissan Versa, correct?
Objection made.
Rule.
Yes.
And what was that you were able to document?
I wasn't able to document this, but it was information that I learned after I had retired that Christopher Austin was driving the Nissan Versa and was ticketed in it.
When did you first have, you being LAPD if you would, information as to the description of the Versa and or its license plate?
I believe when they received the information from Paula McCollum and then went, I don't know the exact date, but there is paperwork within the investigative documents as to when the detectives determined that that was the car that was used.
Okay, and that was from a third-party acquaintance, girlfriend, however you want to phrase it, of Mr. Baker's name was Paula McCollum, correct?
Correct. She rented the vehicle.
She rented the vehicle the day of the murder and provided it, as far as you know, to Mr. Baker for his use in carrying out this crime, correct?
Well, I'm going to object. That is facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
That Versa had not been rented the day before, as far as you know. Am I correct?
Objection vague as to the day before what?
So a rule.
Day before the murder.
My recollection was it was the day of the murder.
Okay. And that was obtained through investigation at Enterprise Rental Car, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that Mr. Austin had initially stated that the Versa was the car that had picked him up at the airport the day before.
I believe he stated that Baker drove a lot of cars and he wasn't quite sure.
Okay. When was the Versa first recovered by LAPD?
I'm going to object. Assumes facts, not an evidence. It was ever recovered.
I'll allow this.
It wasn't recovered. As far as when did the detectives serve a search warrant on the vehicle? Is that what you're...
When did they identify it as being one of the cars used in the murder?
Again, I don't have that exact date. I'd have to refresh, if you have something can refresh my... I know it was in 2017.
Okay. So I can find that, but my only point was it was within a few weeks of the murder. Is that
I'm
correct?
going to object and misstates the evidence.
So a rule.
My recollection is it may have been longer than that, but I just... I don't know the exact date.
You know how-
It may have been actually after robbery homicide had the case, which was 5 or 6 weeks. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. But you came on the case, refresh my memory again, 2017?
Oh no, end of 2019.
2019. By that time, had the Versa been recovered?
Yes.
Okay. So at that time, or any time before then, had anyone at LAPD made an effort to run the license plate of the Versa to determine whether or not it had been stopped for any reason on or near the date of the murder?
I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for anyone else at the LAPD. I ran Mr. Austin. I did not run the vehicle. The vehicle history was already part of the murder investigation. I ran Mr. Austin.
And
I did not locate that.
and you didn't run the vehicle.
I did not run the vehicle.
Is there a reason why you did not?
I didn't see a reason at that time to do it. I didn't have any information that Austin had been cited in it. The information was already in the book, and I just didn't rerun it.
Well, you had information that the vehicle had been used during the course of the murder, correct?
Correct, and that information was already in the murder book, is what I'm saying. I didn't have any information that would cause me to rerun the license plate. I didn't rerun the Porsche. I didn't rerun the F-150. I didn't run any license plates involved with any of the cars in this case.
And then we flash forward to the time, how long after that did you submit your request to the district attorney's office to issue a warrant for Mr. Austin's arrest?
Let me be clear that I didn't submit anything. I had a phone conversation with the DA and then additional meetings with the head deputy of major crimes. I just wanted to make sure that that was evident. So there's no paperwork or anything like that. It was just you don't have enough, which a lot of times happens in our cases. We'll have verbal conversations.
All right.
That was in 2000, June and July of 2023.
Okay, and that did not result in any contact occurring with Mr. Austin, is that right?
Correct.
So he remained free up in Alaska.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is all cumulative.
It is.
Is there a reason at that point that you simply didn't go up there with other deputies to contact Mr. Austin and at least question him and see if he would speak to you about what occurred?
Same objection.
No, that was a different question. I'll allow this.
At that time, I didn't have a warrant for his arrest, and I didn't have authorization to do a Perkins. In my experience, most murderers don't just talk to police officers when you come to their house. I have no reason to really detain him and take him away from his house. He's in his element. I thought the odds of me getting a confession were outweighed by the odds that he was going to choose not to talk to me, and then he would know that he was a suspect in a murder. He could tell the other suspects that were outstanding that we were looking at them, and then my case against Mr. Austin would have basically been blown.
You said other suspects that were outstanding.
Yes.
At that time, you were aware of Mr. Baker as being one of the persons who had committed the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You had suspicions that Mr. Austin was his partner, correct?
Yes.
You had suspicions that Ms. Sementilli was involved and she was in custody.
Not suspicions on Miss Sementilli.
She was arrested.
Yes.
Okay.
She was involved.
She was involved on your check and include and include checklist.
Evidence.
Mr. Baker was obviously in custody, correct?
Yes.
And you knew there was a third person who you believed was a good chance was Mr. Austin.
Yes.
So who else were you investigating to have been part of this murder?
Mr. Alfred Birdsong, LaShane Holmes.
And why were they being investigated?
Mr. Birdsong, because his actions again and his cell phone data indicated during critical times of events that took place in the investigation, he was in contact with Mr. Baker and Mr. Austin. We knew they had meetings up in, that he was present during the same time where the defendant, Monica Sementilli, was in Las Vegas with Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. All their phones pinged at the same location.
All these contacts were between Mr. Austin and/or Mr. Baker and/or Mr. Birdsong.
The phone contacts, yes, but that's if you just look at them individually. If you look at the entire picture, there is contacts during crucial things that are happening, and after there's contact between Baker and Birdsong, Baker and Austin, who we now know they were talking about the crime. Right in the middle of that, then there'll be a conversation with the defendant, Monica Sementilli,
I see.
on crucial events related to this crime.
And you, of course, know what they were talking about.
I do not know what they. Well, I know what. Yes, I do, because I believe Christopher Austin to be credible, and he told me what they were talking about.
Okay. We'll get to Christopher Austin being credible. Okay. At some point, Mr. Austin gets arrested. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is because someone, after you're off the case, decides it would make sense to run the license plate of the vehicle that you knew for 3 or 4 years was involved in the murder case, the Nissan Versa, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Was the license plate of the Nissan Versa eventually run?
Yes.
And who did it come back to? Or did it have any hits on it?
Well, it comes back to Enterprise Rental Car, because that's who owns the car.
By the way, do you know do you have photographs of that vehicle?
The photographs of that vehicle, I believe I testified to yesterday. We have photographs when it was searched, and they're part of the investigative materials that were turned over.
Do you know at that time, are you aware that at times there came a time when rental car companies did not advertise the names of their rental car companies on the vehicle itself for security reasons?
I'm going to object. Assumes facts and non-evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not the Versa Nissan rental car that was documented as being used in this case contained a decal or some other identifying item on the vehicle that it was an Enterprise rental car?
I do not.
Could you determine that by looking at the photograph?
If there was a photo of a sticker.
Okay. And you have that photograph?
I don't have any materials related to the murder books.
And where would they be?
Those would be at Robbery Homicide Division.
If they exist, they'll be there, correct?
And everything contained within those murder books was turned over to defense counsel and to the prosecution. So.
And the new detectives on the case, Detective Byers and Farrell.
What is the question? Are those the new detectives on the case?
No, I think they are. They've been sitting behind us for like 6 weeks.
Your question.
Your Honor.
It's all right, counsel.
If you could repeat the question
Do you
regarding.
know if these gentlemen took over the case following your retirement?
I would assume so. They've been sitting in court the whole time.
That's what I said.
Exactly.
Okay. You've worked with them, haven't you, since you've returned, just in preparation for this trial?
I've worked with Josh and Corey for years.
Okay. But specifically on the Sementilli Baker case? To catch up and so forth.
Sporadically.
Okay. So did that issue ever come up concerning the ticket that was given to the rental car, the Versa Nissan rental car?
Come up in conversations with Josh and Corey?
Who eventually ran the car for that ticket?
One object assumes facts beyond our knowledge. Calls for speculation.
Sustained on that last round.
Do you know how the information was obtained on the rental car?
Objection same.
Overruled.
I do not.
Okay. But you do know that eventually a warrant was issued for Mr. Austin as a result of the new information involving the rental car being stopped while he was driving it. Is that your understanding?
My understand.
Again,
Sorry.
based on hearsay.
Your Honor, she's
I
testifying.
understand, I'm gonna allow it.
My understanding was it was multiple factors, not just the ticket. There was, one of them was the information that Christopher Austin, the information that came from witness Paula McCollum when we were prepping for trial that was supposed to take place in the early part of 2024. We interviewed Paula McCollum, and she told us that Christopher Austin and Robert Baker were in Las Vegas at the same time that Monica Sementilli was in Vegas in June of 2016. That information was verified through cell phone records. That was one of the things. The other thing was cell phone records. Another.
Told you that when?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to ask that she be allowed to finish her answer.
I'm gonna allow this interruption.
When we were preparing for trial, it was either at the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. We were going through her statement, and she told us that.
So she.
One moment, now you can finish your answer.
Thank you.
So she gave you a statement.
moment.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer.
Thank you, sir. The other element was the seatbelt, that he was cited in the car for the seatbelt violation. Then we had, I learned that financial records were obtained from Christopher Austin, and one of those was for a ticket for the flyaway, which we knew that the second suspect was dropped off in the flyaway. And the last part of the information was financial records that corroborated that Christopher Austin paid for airline tickets with his through his, I believe it was through his Chase account. I didn't have any of those records prior to retiring.
Did this all occur while you were still investigating the case?
It occurred while I was what we call in the LAPD kind of burning time. So I was still active on the books at LAPD, but I wasn't actively working anymore.
So when the decision was made to arrest Mr. Austin, you were no longer an active part of that investigation.
I was retired.
And that occurred in October of 2024. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. When I retired, we were still at that time preparing to go to trial in
No, my
2024.
question has to do with the arrest of Mr. Austin.
Again, Your Honor,
Well,
if the witness
the-
could finish her
No.
answer.
It was non-responsive.
Your question is, when was Austin arrested?
Yes, finally arrested. based
October
on-
24.
Okay. You were no longer involved in the investigation of the case at that time.
Correct.
It had been taken over by Detective Farrell and Byers, correct?
Yes, Farrell.
Okay. So you played no active role at that time,
Well, they would.
other than interested in the case, obviously. Fair statement?
No. It's,
What role did you
I
take?
had conversations with Detective Byers, trying to bring him up to speed on the case, and related to the Perkins operation that they were and the importance of following through on the arrest of Christopher Austin, and any help that they needed in relation to that arrest. They knew if I could help in any way, I was available to do that.
Okay. And then the Perkins operation took place, as you know.
Yes.
There was detailed interviewing of Mr. Austin by the detectives and Deputy District Attorney Stagel. You're aware of that?
Yes.
There was an eventual proffer given. 2 proffer dates took place when he was interviewed again, and eventually he got the deal in exchange for testifying against Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Objection argumentative and compromised.
It is.
Eventually he pled guilty,
Yes, in exchange for his truthful testimony
of course.
in this case.
Truthful testimony. Did you hear all the interviews of his truthful testimony during the course of his interrogation, his Perkins conversations and his conversations with Ms. Silverman and Ms. Stagel during the Proffer? Did you listen to all those interviews?
Same two objections.
It's overruled.
I listened to the Perkins and to the interview afters. I did not listen to any of the interviews related to the Proffer agreement.
Now, as far as you knew, the purpose of going up there and arresting Mr. Austin obviously was to find and prosecute the second murderer in the case, correct?
Objection argumentative.
It's overruled.
I think there were many reasons why
All right,
they went up to...
I'm asking about one. Can we start there?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
And the other reason is to see whether or not you could get him, or the Perkins people could get him, to implicate Ms. Sementilli in the murder. Isn't that correct?
To implicate any of the either in custody or outstanding individuals in this case.
Okay. But the only outstanding individual in the case at that time who was in custody and awaiting trial was Monica Sementilli, correct?
Well, correct. In custody, yes.
Right. Mr. Baker had already pled guilty. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So before, do you know what year it was and month that Mr. Baker pled guilty?
Yes.
When?
The month, I know it was towards the middle, maybe August of 2023
Okay.
or 2020, 2023.
2023.
Yeah.
And you know that he came into court and voluntarily pled guilty to all the charges, had no deal, and was sentenced to the maximum penalty, life without parole, correct?
I know that, yes.
You're also aware that following his plea, he indicated that he would be a witness and was willing to be a witness in the case and tell the truth about what he knew occurred in this case. You know that?
I know he agreed to be a witness in the case.
Okay. And as far as the topic of his testimony or the answers, we're going to be hearing that shortly. I take it you're withholding any judgment as to whether or not he's telling the truth or not until you hear him testify, right?
Well, no, I would say no on that because I've seen his multiple statements and they've changed every time, so I wouldn't know which one to believe. I wouldn't know what version was his truth.
Okay. But then you don't have to make that decision, do you?
No.
Objection argumentative.
Sustain.
That's up for the jury to decide.
Same objection.
Sustain.
Did the arrest of Mr. Baker, not the arrest, but the voluntary entry of a plea, was that something that was unexpected as far as you were concerned in the course of this investigation?
Objection calls for speculation and irrelevant.
Sustain on the second ground.
Isn't it true that following the entry of the plea by Mr. Baker, he indicated that he would be testifying that Ms. Sementilli had nothing to do with the murder? You knew that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's irrelevant. Sustain on that ground.
Isn't it true that following learning that Mr. Baker was going to plea without a deal and get on the stand under oath and testify, that LAPD then had even a more of an urgency to try and arrest and talk to Christopher Austin to see if he would be able to counter or rebut the testimony of Mr. Baker?
Objection calls for speculation and irrelevant.
It's argumentative. Sustain on that ground.
Again, the murder took place in January of 2017, correct?
It
Objection cumulative.
is.
The arrest of Mr. Baker took place in 2024. Mr. Austin, 2024.
Objection cumulative.
Sustain.
7 years later, correct?
Same objection.
Sustained.
You knew the defense at all times was urging LAPD in your office to do whatever it could to find the identity of the second murderer. Do you remember that?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence.
This was testified to yesterday.
Do you remember getting an email from the defense team asking you and the prosecution for additional evidence relating to the investigation into the possible involvement of Mr. Austin in this case?
I'm sorry. That's irrelevant. The court sustains its own objection.
Objection. It also
I've already
assumes-
ruled on it, counsel. There's nothing to say.
There was email communications between the defense and the prosecution throughout this case. You're aware of that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
It's irrelevant. Sustaining my argument.
I'm going to have 1 minute, Your Honor, please. Do you recall, after receiving an email from the defense requesting additional information concerning Mr. Austin, that you replied, "It's perfect. Thank you. Hopefully it slows them down," to Ms. Silverman? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. If I can look at the email.
May I show this on the...
You may not. You may approach the witness and show it.
Did you send that email to the attorney to this case?
I sent the email to the prosecutor in the case.
Okay. And we were copied on that?
I don't know how my email was sent to you, but
Well, it was in response to a request for additional information concerning Mr. Austin, isn't that correct?
in the totality of that email, my recollection, it was in response to discovery.
Yes.
And during that time, I was being overloaded by requests for discovery, requests about not receiving discovery that I knew that was already turned over, things of that nature. And I believe my response was actually of a longer chain that's not incorporated in there, because my memory is that response was that I provided what was requested, and that hopefully that would slow down the requests for additional discovery so that I could actually work on the case. That's
Well-
my recollection.
It follows an email to you indicating that you're putting remaining discovery together
Yes.
involving Austin being excluded from the DNA from the passenger seat. That you previously received an account, raw notes, and other discovery.
I'm objecting to reading it.
Sustain.
No foundation.
We were requesting additional discovery regarding Mr. Austin on this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said it's perfect. Hopefully, it slows them down.
No, this will be allowed. You may read that last part.
I did say that, but as I mentioned previously, my response was in relation to a bigger conversation I was having with the DA in this case related to being overwhelmed with providing discovery before I even sometimes had a chance to figure out how it even related to the case.
And it was discovery relating to Mr. Austin, correct?
It was discovery relating to the case.
Specifically, Mr. Austin and whether or not he could be identified as the second murderer.
That was within that, but it was discovery related to the case.
And that's when you wrote the email, it's perfect, thank you, hopefully it slows them down, to Ms. Silverman, meaning slows down the defense in our discovery requests. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Were they slowed down? In any event, this date is May 9, 2023. Again, Mr. Austin was arrested October 2024. Is that correct?
My,
Again.
Sustain.
I could have 1 minute, Your Honor. Did you ever go to the district attorney's office, ray an outstanding suspect, Alfred Birdsong, and request any arrest warrant for him?
Ray, is that regarding Ray? Is that,
Alfred
is your question
Birdsong.
regarding Alfred Birdsong? You said Ray.
No,
Alfred.
Ray, regarding.
Regarding, okay. No. I didn't have the information that was provided from Christopher Austin at that time on Alfred Birdsong.
You knew he was involved in the case.
I highly suspected he was involved in the case based on the phone records and his relationship with Baker, and with Baker going to Vegas on the times that right after the crime, and the fact that he was that they went and saw Birdsong when they were in Vegas in June. But that was information I had after the June visit.
Well, was there a suspicion at some point that Mr. Birdsong could have been the second murderer?
Yes.
So was any attempt to arrest him or prosecute him for this crime?
I did not have the probable cause at that time to arrest Alfred Birdsong. He had been interviewed multiple times in the case and denied any involvement, matter of fact, and I didn't have... My evidence on Mr. Birdsong was lighter than what I had on Christopher Austin when I was told that I didn't have enough, so...
Right. Well, you had information he was down in L.A., that he had many contacts with Baker and Austin at the times that Ms. Sementilli was involved with Mr. Baker, is that right?
I didn't have any information that he was down in L.A. Are you talking about Mr. Birdsong?
Yes.
During the time of the murder?
Yes.
No, I had no information that
Do you
he
know
was...
if the investigation has continued into Mr. Birdsong following the arrest of Mr. Austin and the continuing prosecution of Ms. Sementilli?
Yes.
It calls for hearsay
It's irrelevant.
and speculation.
Sustained on that ground.
You're not involved in any current investigation, in this case active, for any reason?
No, I'm not involved in any active investigation in this case.
One moment. I have a photograph of a pair of shoes, look like tennis shoes. If they could be marked defendants next in order.
625.
625.
Sorry.
I said I had 623, but I forgot 623 and
623 was
24
a
from
photo of a
yesterday.
plug-in lot, 624 is the same.
Yeah.
What's this do for?
64 is also photographs of parking lot.
You were on top instead of on the bottom.
Detective Roberts, I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit, defense exhibit 625. You recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Pair of shoes?
Okay. You recall, now I know you weren't the initial officer investigating this case or on the scene, but in reviewing the facts of the case with the other officers and so forth, do you recall LAPD taking a photograph of those shoes during the course of its initial investigation the night of the murder?
I'm going to object. It seems facts, not an evidence.
I'll allow this.
I don't recall that.
Do you know if any photographs were taken of any shoes the night of the murder or within a few days of the murder at the Sementilli home?
Not that I recall.
Is this the first time that you've seen a photograph of those shoes?
No, I saw a picture of them, I don't know, prior to my testimony.
In this case?
Yes.
This
Yeah.
week?
Yeah. No, last week.
And under what circumstances did you see it?
Just that it was, I'm not sure if it was information that it was related to the blood evidence on the shoe.
Okay.
There wasn't really any relevance to it. It was just that there was blood evidence recovered from those shoes.
Well, whether it had relevance or not would be an opinion of yours, correct?
Didn't have any relevance that I can remember in my conversation other than it was related to blood evidence.
Can you verify that the shoe was observed in the residence where the murder took place of the Sementilli home that evening or within a day or two?
Same objection. Assumes facts, not an evidence. as well.
Sustained.
Do you know if it was booked into evidence?
Don't recall shoes booked into evidence, but
Do you know if that photograph was booked into evidence?
I do not know.
Did you talk to Detective Parshall or any of the other officers on the case when you came on about that shoe and what role it did or did not play in the investigation?
I did not.
You don't remember seeing, you were not at the scene for several months before you took part in the investigation, correct?
Years. I didn't get it for over 2 years.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Your Honor. No further questions at this time.
Any redirect?
Yes. When you came onto the case, Detective Parshall was already deceased, correct?
Yes.
Is it your practice to arrest people for murder based on suspicion?
No, just, at least for me, equally important than arresting somebody for murder is not arresting somebody that is innocent. So I like to be I like to have an abundance of probable cause.
Probable cause is the correct standard, not suspicion, correct?
Correct.
And do you arrest people on the chance that perhaps they might confess?
No.
When you were asked questions about the information regarding the defendant being in Las Vegas at the same time as Robert Baker and Chris Austin, when they were staying at Mr. Birdsong's home, could that have been July rather than June of 2016?
That's correct. I know it was the summer of 2016.
And with respect to the financial records regarding Austin, you said those that he had purchased, or you had been told he had purchased airline tickets through his Chase account. Could that have been through Baker's Chase account? That money was funneled to Mr. Austin's credit union account?
Yes. Yes. But I believe he used his own credit card to book the tickets once that money was funneled. That's kind of what I was alluding to, is that there was records that he bought the tickets.
And again, this would be the problem of answering questions based on multiple layers of information, what is commonly referred to as hearsay, correct?
Correct.
Again, you were asked if Baker pled guilty, and you said in August of 2023. Could that have been July 7th of 2023?
Yes.
When you were asked if you expected Mr. Baker to tell the truth, you said you've seen multiple versions of statements he's given. Would that lead you to believe that Mr. Baker has a problem telling the truth?
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustained.
And it's also.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Baker has given numerous accounts of all of the details of his participation in this case?
Objection, call for speculation.
That all overruled.
Yes, coupled with the information gleaned from the overhears that he was willing to lie in order for Monica to get out.
And when you were asked about the email regarding defense's requests, numerous requests for discovery in May of 2023, you said all of that discovery had already been turned over.
Most of it, there was some stuff obviously related to Christopher Austin, because the issue was that it was an open investigation into an unknown suspect, and so there was some concerns about handing over that information, knowing that it could compromise any later operation.
And that same concern about providing information to individuals that could compromise an ongoing murder investigation, is that a concern for any homicide detective? Let's say when Detective Verna was asked those questions, or Detective Gable was asked those questions.
Yes, it's almost never happens that we turn over information in regards to an active investigation on an individual we're planning to do any type of operation on.
And had you received at that point numerous requests through me based on what the defense was requesting for discovery that you wound up providing over and over and over again.
Yes.
And again, through those numerous requests for discovery that was duplicative, did you then wade through the 260, 70,000 pages of paper along with 8 terabytes of digital data to then, again, provide all the same information over and over again?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you wade through the 260 or 70,000 pages of discovery to
Yes.
find what the defense was requesting for them?
I did.
Did you then wade through 8 terabytes of digital data to find the information that they were again requesting?
I did.
Did you then make arrangements to come to my offices across the street at the Hall of Justice and spend an entire day with the defense team, allowing them to go through your hard drive of all of your case files in order to limit the amount of time that you had to spend duplicating discovery over and over?
I did.
With respect to the overhears, approximately how many hours of recordings are there that you have also provided to the defense?
If I remember correctly, over 60?
You were asked numerous questions yesterday as well as today about what you were looking for with respect to your investigation. If you were looking for additional evidence regarding the defendant and you said that you disagreed, was that because you were aware that in this case there was a conspiracy to murder the victim?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that you investigated not just the murder of Fabio Sementilli, but also the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And so, did your investigation go to trying to uncover any and all individuals that might have played some role in the conspiracy to kill Mr. Sementilli?
I did.
And did that include any and all statements that might have been made by various co-conspirators relating to either the murder, the reason behind the murder, financial gain, or the cover-up of the murder and conspiracy?
Yes.
Were you present for the testimony of the chief medical examiner for LA County?
I was not.
Were you aware of the testimony that was presented in this court by the chief medical examiner?
Yes.
Were you aware that in his testimony he stated that there was no pattern evidence, no tool marks on any area of the body caused by a specific knife that would allow him to make comparisons to any weapon that might be submitted to the Department of Medical Examiner?
Objection, that hearsay and argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know what a tool mark is?
Yes.
What is a tool mark?
It's a mark usually left on bone or hard surfaces where you're able to identify what caused that injury. It's I say mark, a tool mark, but it's an injury, basically. And based on the analysis of that injury, you can identify, or possibly identify, the instrument used to cause that injury.
Were you aware that the chief medical examiner indicated there were no tool marks?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Foundation.
Sustained on all those grounds.
If there's no tool mark, in your vast experience, is it possible, there's no tool mark or pattern evidence, is it possible to make comparisons to any weapon?
No foundation. Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have any experience with pattern evidence and tool marks during the course of your career?
I do.
And limit that to experience relating to human flesh.
Okay.
I do.
Have you submitted, in the course of your experience in investigating homicides, and in multiple cases, cold case homicides, that you've worked on when you ran the cold case unit, in whether you were going to submit items of evidence to either the coroner's department or the crime lab for tool mark or pattern evidence comparison?
Yes, in addition, I attended a 2-day class presented by the chief medical examiner of, I believe at the time she was in Ohio, and she put on a class on tool marks and pattern identifiers, as well as blood spatter and things like that.
Was that the one in Orange County?
This one was in Las Vegas.
Okay. And again, what is your experience with respect to submitting potential weapons for comparison to the crime lab or to the Department of Medical Examiners, tool mark experts, when they had one, for comparison purposes?
Section irrelevant. Speculation.
Sustained.
If you don't have any type of tool mark or pattern evidence, is there any point in submitting a weapon for comparison?
Section argumentative. Speculation. No foundation.
Sustained on the first ground.
You don't, when you testified, when the defense asked you whether any weapon had been ruled out, you said you had no knowledge that any particular item of evidence in this case had ever been ruled out. Is that correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, was there any comparison done between any weapon or item of evidence that had been booked into evidence on this case, submitted for tool mark or pattern analysis comparison?
There were not, to my knowledge.
So when you said that no item of evidence had been excluded, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
You were also asked a question, a series of questions actually yesterday, regarding what evidence other than an affair to you proved the defendant was involved in a conspiracy to kill her husband. Do you remember that
Yes.
period of multiple questions yesterday?
Yes.
Did you take into account the admissions that were made by the defendant after her arrest in the back of the black and white vehicle that
There
were...
was no question for that. Allows this open-ended statement.
I want to preclude such questioning.
May we approach?
Yes.
defense asked you about the fact that you looked at evidence that only pointed to the defendant having an affair rather than being involved in the murder and conspiracy to kill her husband, you said you disagreed. You said that there was other evidence that included her. Can you tell us what other evidence you're referring to?
All the, I would say, incriminating statements in the overhears, the use of three-way calling, the pen pal system of sending jail mail to go undetected, the flushing, ripping apart and flushing of jail mail, the statements about wanting to change her name, the purchase of the brand new car, the statements that she was, wanting to have a different life when this was all over, the massive amount of text messaging, phone calling, texting on encrypted apps, deletions of crucial apps, deletions of things on her cell phone when prior to her arrest, running queries on the computer about collecting life insurance when somebody's murdered. The use of the message feature in the lifestyle lounge, using those apps, encrypted apps, and the messaging feature through lifestyle lounge during the day of the murder, and then no longer using those things after the murder. The continuous support of Robert Baker after she knowingly has been told that his DNA was found at the crime scene, and then the engagement with Robert Baker in coming up with a story to explain away that evidence. I know I'm missing some, but that's off the top of my head.
Did you also consider the numerous lies to law enforcement in every interview she gave?
Objection, counselor. Conclusion, declaration.
Sustained.
In your experience, can you give us an approximation as to how many homicide cases you believe you've been involved in investigating over the course of your career? Your real career, not your TV career.
Hundreds.
When you have a situation where someone's loved one has been murdered, are they generally wanting to give you as much truthful information as they can to assist you in solving their loved one's homicide?
It's argumentative, Your Honor.
It's irrelevant. Sustained on that ground.
If the defendant in this case lied over and over to law enforcement throughout the course of various interviews, while also indicating to them that she wanted her husband's murder solved, would that be behavior that would be consistent with your evidence in this case?
Yes.
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's overruled.
you were asked yesterday about Robert Baker's history of manipulating women and his numerous convictions for six different violations of the penal code relating to an underage minor. Did you also, in this case, review evidence of communications by Baker with others, as well as conversations in the jail overhears where it was clear that the defendant knew about his prior history and accepted him, as he said, for himself?
Yes.
We're going to interrupt. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 15 minutes. Present, jury and alters are present. Detective Roberts is still under oath. People may continue on redirect.
Detective, when you mentioned the lifestyle lounge application, did you review the defendant's cell phone extraction from item number 119 with respect to that particular website or application?
Yes,
I'll allow it.
yes.
Approximately how many entries did you find on the defendant's cell phone extract between November of 2016 and June 13th of 2017, the day prior to her murder?
Believe it was 3,800, 3,900.
Maybe 3,997?
Sorry, Mr. Wynn, I may have been confused. You said the day prior to her murder?
Sorry, the day prior to the arrest?
Thank you.
Yes, that sounds correct.
3997, okay. Your Honor, we have an 800-page PDF from the defendant's cell phone, a Celebrite report from item 119 regarding these 3,997 entries that have been placed now on the flash drive that I believe has been marked as People's Exhibit 158.
Very
No,
good.
This was not covered on, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It was not covered on cross-examination. Cumulative is already in your record,
Total.
in the south side discussion.
Actually, it was one of the items you mentioned in your answer with respect to what was brought up on cross regarding some of the evidence that supports your opinions in this case regarding the murder and the conspiracy,
Well,
correct?
Could we approach briefly?
With respect to the Lifestyle Lounge application, did you note whether there were any logins or entries on the defendant's cell phone on the day of the murder through the Lifestyle Lounge application?
Yes.
And did you note how many or what time?
I noted one that stuck out to me that was at 4:47, which was the time that Cyree testified that she was inside the Ralph store. That's also corroborated by the video evidence that there is an entry where she logged into Lifestyle Lounge.
Were there also several other entries on the day of January 23rd?
Yes.
Did you also note any entries on the date of January 28th of 2017, 5 days after the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
I believe there was, it was a different format, which leads me to believe that it was maybe logged.
Sustained.
When you say it was a different format, what did you note?
The address to access Lifestyle Lounge was different in that it was like HTTPS www, which is consistent with logging in through like a desktop computer, a laptop computer on something such as Google or a search engine.
Okay. So basically through a search engine to the actual Lifestyle Lounge website?
Yes.
And how was that different from what you saw on January 23rd?
That is a login through the Lifestyle Lounge application. That is an application on typically on a cell phone or a tablet.
Okay. And then did you note when the next login was?
There was not another login until June 7th, 2017.
Okay. And between June 7th and a week later, at the time of arrest, June 14th, were there also multiple entries or logins to that Lifestyle Lounge website through a search engine?
Yes.
Did you also note whether or not, from looking at that cell phone extraction, that the Lifestyle Lounge application had been deleted from item 119 at the time of the arrest on June 14th?
I looked into that, but I was not able to come up with that information.
I'm going to show you something. Do you see the column where there's a red yes
Yes,
in those boxes?
I do.
Let's see if we can make it bigger. Let me ask you, in terms of that column where there's the red yes, is that the column on the extraction through Celebrite that indicates the application and all of the entries were deleted?
Yes.
You were asked whether any search warrant for Baker's apartment occurred during the 4-month period between the time of the DNA results in February 14th of 2017, and his arrest on June 14th. During that same period, there also was no search warrant at the defendant's home or for any of her electronic devices. Is that true?
Correct.
Did you also review a message on the morning of June 14th of 2017 from the defendant to Robert Baker indicating that she was on her computer cleaning up?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked numerous questions about the Target parking lot and what you could observe versus what you could not observe. During the time that you observed someone coming around the front of the defendant's Ford F-150 as she comes into the parking lot and stops, what would be parallel to the Payless store, and then parks to the back of the lot. Can the rental vehicle that Mr. Baker was driving that day, who I believe was circled in that area to the back of the lot that you referred to as an alcove, was his vehicle still in the parking lot at Target?
Yes.
Did you also note that Cy Ray testified that the cellular records put both the defendant and Baker in the Target lot at that same time?
Yes.
You were also asked numerous questions about the drive and the length of time that it takes to travel from the Ralph's Market, which I believe is at the corner of Winnetka and Ventura,
That's correct.
to the residence on Queen Victoria. And you said that it never took you 11 minutes to get home. Why did you point that out to defense counsel? What was the relevance of that?
Ask the manager.
Well, it would be irrelevant. The jury determines what the relevance is, not the witness.
Why did you drive that route or the various routes from that location to Queen Victoria numerous times?
Once I determined that it took Monica over 10 minutes, close to 11 minutes to get home, it was my opinion that she deliberately waited.
Interject, Your Honor, this is argument.
I'm going to sustain that, but not on that ground.
Why did you choose to drive that route numerous times?
To see if it would ever take me 11 minutes to get from the Ralphs to the Queen Victoria residence.
And that, in terms of the routes that you drove, that would include any route that she described to law enforcement as well as any other potential route?
Yes.
All right.
I even drove it at one time when school had just let out, which is, if you've ever been to that location, there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, a lot of vehicular traffic, and it takes a while to get through there, and It just never took me more than 5 minutes.
You were also asked whether Cyree was wrong with respect to the information he provided to you regarding Christopher Austin's location, and I believe counsel stated that Fayetteville was in Arkansas. Where is Fayetteville?
It's in North Carolina.
And is that the location where, based on your research, as well as Mr. Ray's, that Chris Austin grew up?
It was, and that information was on his Facebook page, which is where that first clue came from. And so I believe that that information was correct as far as what was obtained from what Austin had put in his Facebook page.
When law enforcement does a search of various databases that are utilized for law enforcement use, what type of information is contained within those databases?
It's based, most of the time when you're looking for where somebody lives, it's based on public records, which is utility records, phone records, as far as hardline phones, cell phones. Typically we utilize LexisNexis, which relies on those, the reporting from those companies.
So, in this case, if Mr. Austin indicated that he lived for various times with Robert Baker, his wife, Al Birdsong, and thus was not the name on any of those utilities, the information in the database would also be limited. Is that right?
That's correct, and it's my recollection that once I looked more into the Facebook records and found out that Austin's girlfriend was Chloe O'Connor, that it was through her Nexus or LexisNexis run that I actually was able to track back where Austin was living, based on what was her records. And then once I found that, then I found Chris Austin's records.
I see. So what Cyree gave you in terms of Fayetteville was correct, and until you were able to identify the name of his girlfriend, you weren't able to identify the location where he was living.
Correct.
I believe you also told us that with respect to the Target lot, you were asked questions about not being able to see Baker exit the defendant's vehicle in the Target parking lot prior to the time his rental vehicle drives out of that location. Why is that?
The way that the F-150 was parked, the first time when she parks and kind of does that U-turn I was talking about, the passenger door is not visible, and the passenger side of the car is not visible. And as I said, it's towards the very far end of the lot. So as you get farther out, the video gets grainier, as especially when picking up people. And then when she reparks in the middle of the lot again, she's in between the F-150 is in between cars, so you really can't pick up the movement.
In terms of the location where she's parked at the back of the lot, which side would the front passenger be facing? Towards Target or towards the other shopping center beyond the back of the lot where Mr. Baker was parked?
The other shopping center.
Okay. So the side of the vehicle that was facing the target lot and the surveillance cameras would be the driver's side?
Yes,
Okay. And again, we're talking about the Ford F-150, correct?
correct.
You told us that there was over 60 hours approximately of overhears in the lockup, the court lockup facilities in Van Nuys and in Los Angeles. Did you review all of those recordings?
Asked and answered.
Not allowed.
Multiple times.
At any point in time, did you ever hear the defendant talking to Robert Baker, expressing that she hoped law enforcement would find the real killers of her husband?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
At any point in time, did she ever say anything about hoping law enforcement would find the people responsible for killing her husband?
Sustained objection.
No,
At any point in time, did you hear her express any concern about the people who killed her husband still being at large?
no.
I have nothing to say.
Anything further about this? No.
And at no time, Detective Roberts, did you ever hear her in those hundreds or whatever the hours were of overhears confess to Mr. Baker that she was involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli, did she?
I'm going to check. Cumulative.
The world.
Direct confession, I did it?
Yes.
Correct. That never happened.
Now, you gave some testimony concerning a difference in the format that you used for the lifestyle lounge examination on January 28th. Is that what you said?
A different way to, a different application to access the, it appeared to be a different application. One was through the app and one was through, directly through the website.
And that was, you got involved in that during the course of your preparation for the trial here, correct? You learned about that.
Actually, that came about, yes, as I was prepping, and the question last night before we recessed was, how do I know Monica wasn't out in the Ralph's parking lot smoking a cigarette and things like that? And I testified that I know she wasn't on her phone. And then I thought, I better make sure that that's correct, that she wasn't on her phone. So I had, with the assistance of one of the clerks at the DA's office, help me with the records and actually determined that she had accessed Lifestyle Lounge, but it was, so she had utilized her phone, but was when she was inside the Ralph's. And then that led to a further investigation into the Lifestyle Lounge and her deletion of the app.
Yeah, but none of that meant she couldn't have been smoking a cigarette when she left the Ralph's Market or in the car or at any time she was out of view of the camera, right?
Correct. That's just how it led me to that investigation.
And when you were actually investigating the case, you never noted the Lifestyle Lounge incident as you do now, back when you were the actual investigator regarding January 28th.
Well, I knew about Lifestyle Lounge and some communications that was made through Lifestyle Lounge. I didn't know the extent of the amount of messages that needed further analysis and about the deletion.
But once again, the longer somebody, Monica Sementilli, waited to get home, if she was involved in a conspiracy to kill her husband, the more time the killers would have to leave the residence without being detected. Doesn't that remain a fact?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
The longer that Ms. Sementilli, Monica Sementilli, waited, if what you're saying is correct, longer than the normal time to get home. The longer she waited, the more time it would give the killers to leave the location, correct?
I think what's correct is it would give Monica the appropriate amount of time to not get home while the killers were still there.
Okay, which would, obviously, if she was involved, would be one of her goals, correct?
Yeah, I would assume.
And if she wasn't, and if she was involved, she certainly wouldn't want her daughter walking in on the murder and report it immediately to 911 as she did. Isn't that a fair statement?
Based on the evidence of this case, I would say, I would hope that that would be true, but that just doesn't seem to be true to me in this
Okay.
case.
You've got somewhat of a bias here. Would you agree, in fact, that you're the investigating officer in the case in which Monica Sementilli is being tried?
Yes, because I wouldn't be testifying had I not believed that
Okay.
she was guilty of the crime in which
Of
she
course.
was charged for.
I sure hope not.
Right.
But the point you're making is you have no explanation for Monica Sementilli being on the phone with her daughter Bella 5 or 10 minutes before she gets to the house and doing nothing to prevent her from arriving at the house almost right at the time the murder is taking place. And if she was a conspirator in the murder, logic tells you she would have had Bella show up later. She could have met with her. She could have had lunch with her, coffee, go to Starbucks, and make sure neither one of them walked in on the murder, and more important, the murderers had time to escape. Isn't that a reasonable possibility?
Objection calls for speculation
It's
as well
argumentative.
as
It's argumentative.
alternative and compound.
Sustained.
Well, you gave some speculation why you thought Monica showed up right at the time of the murder, correct?
I sustained the objection.
Based on
Okay.
argumentative.
And you did not initially include Bella in the in your maps to see how far she was from the doctor's office to where she had the interview from her residence, did you?
Did I draw a map and have her?
Did you?
Sorry.
Well, you said you drove the route from Ralph's to the home. How many times?
Multiple times. It was, I would have to say, 10.
Okay. Did you ever drive the route of Bella Sementilli from her school to her interview to the doctor's office, eyeglasses, and how far then that doctor's office was to the residence?
No, Bella Sementilli was not a suspect in this case.
And you thought it was irrelevant as to whether or not Monica Sementilli did or did not prevent or try to prevent her daughter from walking in on a murder that you're saying she had planned. That was irrelevant to
I
you.
don't think it was irrelevant. It was just not supported by the evidence.
Well, first you get the evidence and then you analyze it, correct?
Well, I had the...
Is that just correct? That's my question. First
Well,
you get the evidence, the facts, and then you analyze it, correct?
In this case, I had the evidence was there, so that's not correct in this case because the evidence was there for me to analyze.
You had the times, right? All the times. You had Fabio Sementilli, even evidence proving he was alive at 4:37 that afternoon, correct?
Correct.
You had the times that the killers jogged up the avenue and
Correct.
and entered the home, correct?
Yes.
You had the time they left, correct?
Yes.
And then you had the times that Monica Sementilli and Bella Sementilli arrived at the house, correct?
Correct.
And you did a great deal of efforts, a great deal of time to determine 10, 11 times how long it would take Monica to get to the house if she drove immediately from Ralph's and did nothing in between, correct?
Yes.
You took no consideration as to whether she stopped along the way, had a cigarette, ran into somebody, listened to something on the radio, had something wrong with her car, nothing like that. You had no way of knowing if anything interfered with her arrival at home when she left the Ralph's parking lot.
Objection cumulative.
Same.
And most important, she was out of view from any cameras from the moment she left the Ralph's store with her package until she showed up at the house, correct?
Cumulative.
Sustained.
Now, when it came to the evidence that you were just reviewing with Ms. Silverman as to why you believed Ms. Sementilli was guilty, what you would say in the include side, correct?
Yes.
Did you take, and you said, well, Mr. Baker lied hundreds or tens of hundreds of times, I don't know, 10 times, 20 times, on the overhears. You felt you caught him in many lies on there, correct?
Object mistakes the evidence.
Total.
You took that into account, what you heard on the
I
overhears.
believe that what I said, that he said in the overhears that he would lie and say he would take the blame. He'd go, he'd take the blame, that he would lie. That was my testimony.
And-
But I do believe there was lies on the overhears.
Sure. And the gist of his testimony we're saying is he would say he did it even if he didn't do it. He would lie and say he did it if he didn't do it to help her, right?
That's not the gist that I got. The
Okay.
gist was, if you take it in the context of the entire overhear, he said, if this shit goes bad for us, which right there is suspicious to me, I'll lie, I'll go down, I'll say, it was me. You need to go home.
Have you heard him testify under oath here?
No, I have not.
But you've heard Mr. Austin testify under oath.
I was not here when Mr. Austin testified.
Did you hear Mr. Austin give the proffers when he was under oath? Mr. Austin, I'm sorry. Did I say
Objection
that?
cumulative.
It is.
Do you know how many times Mr. Austin, the prosecution's star witness, lied to the police and to the court and to the jury in this case?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
And as you know, Mr. Baker has not testified yet, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
So the people who would judge his testimony will be the jury, not you, correct?
The people that'll,
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Just a couple more things. When you reviewed the case early on, were you not aware from reviewing Detective Gable and Partial's notes that they had located a shoe with a drop of blood on it that belonged to Mr. Baker?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
I'll allow this question.
Your Honor, then I would ask to approach.
All right.
Detective Roberts, do you know Detective Ryan Verna?
I do.
Is he a prior detective on the case
Yes.
before you got on?
Yes.
Did you read any reports of his indicating that on February 21st, 2017, he went to the Sementilli residence and took various photos of the porch, the garage, Julie, and of Monica's shoes?
I have a general recollection of that. There's a lot of documents, but
And if he did so and he took a photo of the shoes, and that photograph would be in evidence or in the possession of LAPD, correct?
I'm going to object, assumes facts, not evidence.
I'll allow for habit and custom.
Can I approach you, Your Honor?
There's no questioning that.
That has not been answered.
I would hope that it was in the investigative files.
Let me show you this photograph here and see if that refreshes your memory as to something that was engaged in by Detective Verna before you became part of the case.
I don't recall seeing these photos. I don't recall seeing it.
Okay. But if they were taken, they'd be part of the LAPD con, or in some way you would expect in evidence,
Yes.
not in this case necessarily, but in the possession of LAPD. Is that correct?
Yes. The digital files on this case were like 8 terabytes or something, and so there's just so much documentation in this case. I just don't have a memory of seeing that photo.
Very well. And again, when it came to this woman named Paula McCullum,
Yes.
did you have a role in the investigation of her?
I'm going to object, assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Also cumulative and beyond the scope.
Oh, well, I would go over again all the events in Mr. Austin's ride or trail from 2017 to today, but the point is, he was known to LAPD as early as 2018. Is that correct?
I'm going to object again, cumulative.
Sustained.
Was not arrested to 2024.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Let me have one moment, if I may, Your Honor. Ms. Roberts, while you were one of the investigators on this case, didn't you interview Paula McCullum?
Objection.
The question, I'm sorry, say it again.
Didn't you interview Paula McCullum?
Objection, cumulative.
Well, that question's overruled.
I did not.
Did you have any contact with her person to person?
I don't believe I did.
So your only knowledge of her would have come from other reports prepared by other detectives?
Yes, and the conversation that the district attorney had when she was preparing for the trial that was supposed to take place in early 2024.
And was Ms. McCullum a topic of that conversation?
No, she had been subpoenaed. It's my understanding that she had been subpoenaed because we were gearing up to go to trial, and she called to try and work out travel arrangements, and in that discussion about when she was going to be needed for court and stuff, there was a discussion about Austin.
But she is not, as far as you know, going to testify in this case for the prosecution.
I believe she was subpoenaed.
Okay. You believe she's still under subpoena?
I'm going to object irrelevant,
Sustained.
cause for speculation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people?
No.
Thank you. You may stand down, and you are excused. You may call the next witness.
The people, as the court knows, are now going to rest subject to the introduction of the evidence.
Thank you. Those are magic words. It means I got to go to work. So what I'm going to do is let you go to lunch early. The evidence applies. I'll discuss this case either among yourselves, with anyone else, or former expressing opinions of the cause finally submitted to you, which will be some time. But have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. If I can have counsel remain, please. tell you how impressed I am. Thank you. Now, if you're listening during your deliberations, or you're listening to an audio and you wish to have a transcript, all you have to do is ask for it. One will be given to you to help you understand the audio, and then retrieved as we've done here in court. This time the people rest.
Yes, sir.
People may call, or strike that. The defense may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Anna Larson. Right there, ma'am. If you could face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat for the stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Anna, A-N-N-A, Crescentini, C-R-E-S-C-E-N-T-I-N-I.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Larson.
Good afternoon.
Larson or Christantini?
Crescentini is my maiden name. Larson is my married name.
What do you want to be known by? What do you want to be called?
My legal documents say Crescentini.
Okay, proceed.
Ms. Crescentini, did you fly in from Canada a few days ago to Los Angeles in order to testify in this trial?
I flew in on February 23rd in order to testify and be supportive for my sister and her girls.
Can you tell me, I think you just did, but your relationship, you are Monica Sementilli's sister?
Correct.
Are you her older sister, and by how many years?
Yes, I am the oldest sister. I am 2.5 years older than her.
And where did you and Monica grow up?
We grew up just outside of Toronto, and then we moved to a little north of Toronto to Woodbridge, where we grew up in our family home with my mom and dad and my younger sister.
And your younger sister is how much younger?
She's 10 years younger than me.
I want to bring you back to 2016, the year before your brother-in-law Fabio was murdered. In 2016, ma'am, were you describe for us your relationship with Monica, your sister. Did you have a relationship?
Yes,
with
we were
Monica?
very close. We grew much closer when we got married and had kids. We spent most of our days together when she lived in Canada. And when she moved to California, I was devastated, as well as my mom. We were so sad. And I kept in touch with her. We talked every day, sometimes three times a day. I would go on vacations. All my vacations were to LA to visit and stay with my sister and the girls and Fab. Fab was very close to our family as well. Like I said, when they were in Canada, we spent almost every day together.
And prior to 2016, well, let me start with this. 2016, Monica and Fabio and their girls had already moved to Canada, from
Yeah.
Canada to Los Angeles?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did you know Fabio before he married Monica?
I knew when they started dating. I met him. That's the first time I met him. I saw him around because my sister worked at a clothing store next to their salon. So I would see him, but I didn't know who he was until Monica later on told me that this is her boyfriend, and we started to go on double dates together.
Okay. At the time you first met Fabio, was he already separated from his former wife?
Yes, that's what we were told by Fabio and Monica, that he was separated and divorcing his wife.
And at some point, did you learn that Fabio and Monica were getting married?
Yes, we learned, he came over, asked my dad permission, and proposed, and we were very happy.
Did your family accept Fabio into the family with any issues because he had been a divorced man?
No, there were no issues. Obviously, you know, that's because he had a son and an ex-wife. My mom especially and I talked to Monica and said, you know, it's going to be a little difficult, it'll be a little different, but we love him, and that was it. And we accepted him from day one as my brother, my mom as a son.
Was there any problem created that you observed between Monica and your family because Fabio was divorced?
None.
And you were close at that time with the other members of your family, your parents, your sister?
Very close.
Can you tell us about what you observed at the time Monica and Fabio got married about their relationship, how they interacted? Did you have an opportunity to observe that?
Yes. They seemed extremely happy when they were preparing for their marriage. After they were married, they seemed very happy. I've never seen them argue. When we went on a few double dates, I know Fabio had a very jealousy issue. So many times we were actually thrown out of bars and clubs because he would get into arguments or physical fights with other people there because of comments they made about my sister or things like that. But that, I just thought he was a jealous guy. That was it. And
do you remember a specific instance after they were married where Fabio expressed that he was jealous?
yes, there was one time when we came to LA on vacation, and we went out for dinner in LA, and then we went to a cigar lounge, and a gentleman sitting behind us was smoking a cigar, didn't have an ashtray, and turned to Monica and asked to borrow the ashtray, which Monica handed to him. And then Fab immediately turned to him and said, get up and get your own ashtray, leave my wife alone, kind of thing. And you can tell he was very upset because he thought that the gentleman was looking at his wife, my sister.
Other than that experience, did you ever have any other experience with Fabio being angry or in conflict with each other?
Never.
Any other person?
No.
And at the point Monica and Fabio moved to California with their girls, did you continue to have a close relationship with both Monica and Fabio?
Yes, I did.
How often would you actually see Monica and Fabio?
Well, like I said, anytime I had time off work, I would fly to LA, me and my family, my husband, sometimes me and my kids, sometimes me and a girlfriend would go. Monica and Fabio came often to Canada. We would see each other at least during the summer, every Christmas, perhaps even March break sometimes. So we were together quite a bit. We saw each other quite a bit.
Did you also get to know Fabio's family?
Yes.
Were you close with Fabio's family?
We were close, especially with Luigi. He was always welcome into our home. We spent many vacations together with Luigi. We went to Italy with Luigi. Luigi would be invited for Christmas dinners at my parents' house, birthday dinners at my parents' house. And we were very close with his mom and Dave, her husband. And they were very close to my kids as well.
How about Fabio's sister Morella? Before or at the time, near the time Fabio and Monica and their girls moved to Los Angeles, did you spend any significant time with Morella?
I was close with Morella. We had a good relationship, I thought. She was very kind with me. I was very kind to her. She would invite me to her house to swim by the pool when Monica was in town, and we'd have dinners together. And I did the same. She came to a few of my house parties and pool parties. So we had a pretty decent relationship. I don't know if you would call it significant. It's not someone that I would pick up the phone and call unless my sister and Fab were here.
And when you say we're here, meaning in Canada?
In
or?
Canada,
Okay.
yeah.
And after Fabio and Monica moved to California, did you continue to see them as much as you'd seen them in Canada?
Well, no, because when they lived in Canada, like I said, we saw each other almost every day. At least my sister and I and our kids were together almost every day. Our kids went to the same school. We went to my mom's house 3 times, maybe 4 times a week for dinner, the whole family. And Fabio obviously was there as well, unless he was traveling.
Okay. And let's bring ourselves to 2016, the year before Fabio was murdered. How often do you think you were personally with Fabio and Monica to observe them together in 2016?
In 2016, they came for Christmas. I went there in March break. I believe they came in the summer. And then I went and spent Christmas with my family at their house. 2016 Christmas holidays, New Year's for 2017.
Okay. And during those trips, when you started with Christmas, you mean Christmas 2015 and then into 16, the spring?
Oh, I was talking 2016, 2016 Christmas up until 15 and 16. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in the last time you spent with them, you came for Christmas of 2016, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about Christmas 2016. You came to Los Angeles with other family members?
Yes, my husband and my 3 children. We came on Boxing Day, I believe, the 26th or the 27th, because we spent Christmas with my mom and dad.
And you stayed through that next week? How long did you stay?
I stayed all through New Year's until I believe it was January 6th, because I had to go back to work. I'm a teacher, so I just went for the 2 weeks of Christmas holiday.
How long have you been a teacher?
Since 1994.
Who do you teach?
Oh, I teach 8th grade, science and math.
Have you always?
Always taught 8th grade.
8th grade, and always science and math?
Always science. Well, I teach everything, but science and math are my specialties.
I see. And when you arrived in California for, it looks like you said the 26th, the 27th through the 6th of January, did you stay with Monica and Fabio?
Yes, we always stayed at their house. And when they traveled to Toronto, they always stayed at my parents' house. And even if Fab traveled on his own, he always would stay with my parents.
How often would you see Fabio when he was in Canada alone for traveling for business?
Well, when I knew he was coming and he was staying at my parents' house, we would make a point to go there for dinner. My mom tried to keep all of us together all the time, which was beautiful.
And did you say he would stay with you, not
No, he would stay with my mom and dad.
your mom and dad?
Yes.
Monica's mom and dad, your mom and dad?
Correct.
Would that be consistent, that he would stay with your mom and dad, or did he stay also with his family ever?
I don't ever remember him staying with his family. He would go visit them and spend the day with them, but to sleep, he would always come back to my parents' house because he felt very comfortable there. Monica and Fab also lived with my parents for about a year while they were waiting for their house to be ready.
When was that?
When Jessica was born.
Okay. And so back to December, early January of 2017. You stayed through the 6th of January, which would have been about a couple of weeks before Fabio was killed, right?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity when you were living with Fabio and Monica during that time period, the 27th of December through the 6th, to observe their relationship?
Yes, they seemed very happy, like they always did. They were dancing around in the kitchen, they were singing songs. Fab bought us, both my sister and I, gift certificates to a very fancy spa. So my sister and I went one day, and Grant, my husband, Fabio, and all 5 children went out for the day and spent it with the dads.
Did you observe, how much of that trip were you actually with Monica and Fabio? Were you with them?
The entire time.
So from the time you got up in the morning till you went to sleep?
Correct.
Okay. And did you at any time during that trip see Monica going out at night or leaving?
No,
or
never.
Socializing without being with you all and Fabio?
No, never.
And during that entire stay in December and January 2017, did you ever observe any conflict or awkward moments between Fabio and Monica?
Never.
And you said you were also there with your husband, Grant,
Yes.
and your 3 boys?
I have 2 boys and a daughter.
Okay, and how old were they in December, January?
Oh, of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me do some math in my head. So they would have been, well, my son now is 28, so 8 years ago he would have been just turning 20. My other son, Matthew, would have been 18, and my daughter would have been 15.
And you all stayed in the
home.
Sementilli house with
Correct.
Monica, Fabio, and their 2 girls.
Yes.
During that trip, did you sleep in a particular bedroom at the house?
Yes, we slept in the guest bedroom, which was also Fab's snoring room, as my sister called it. So we slept there, which was right next to the master bedroom.
Okay. And and you slept there with your husband?
With my husband, Grant, yes.
And where did your 3 children sleep?
My daughter, I believe, took turns sleeping in either Isabella's room or Jessica's room, and my 2 boys slept in the upstairs. There's an open space, kind of like a family room that had a TV, a bunch of couches and beds, and a little desk area. So they slept there.
At any point during that trip, did you go with Monica to any sports gym or sports area?
Yes, we went to LA Fitness a couple of times. That's not the first time I went with her. I've been there, like I said, on my other trips. We went. But that particular time period during the Christmas break, we went to play racquetball. So the first day I went, just Monica and I. We played racquetball. And then the next morning I came home. Well, I came home that night and told my kids, you should really come and play. You'd love it. And so the next day my sons came and we played, I believe it was 3 days in a row.
3 days in a row.
Yeah.
And when you were at the gym, do you remember what the gym was called?
It was called LA Fitness.
And while you were playing racquetball, was there ever a time you met someone who was introduced to you as Robert Baker?
I met someone named Rob, which I later came to find out his last name was Baker, but I didn't know his last name at the time.
Tell us how you met Rob.
We were playing, well, the first time I met Rob, Monica still had a personal trainer. I believe his name was Matt. And she brought me to the gym, and we did a personal training session with Matt. And then we went to the racquetball court area and played racquetball. And she introduced me to Rob as the coordinator, racquetball coach, and said I should play with him because he's really good. So I did.
At that time, do you remember which day of your trip those 3 days were?
I don't remember.
Towards the beginning, middle, or end?
It was like in the middle because there was very little to do between, Boxing Day and New Year's Eve. So it was somewhere in there. And I remember that because on the last day, we went the third day, I asked Robert if I would see him at the New Year's Eve party. And he laughed and said, no, I'm not coming. And I said, oh, why? And he answered, because I don't drink anymore.
Did you play racquetball with Rob at any point in your trip?
Yes, I played, not the first day. I don't think I played on the first day we went, but the second and third day we went.
At that time, did you have any idea or belief that your sister Monica was in any kind of intimate relationship with Rob?
Absolutely not. There was nothing unusual between them, and I did not get any feeling or vibe at all.
At any time during those 3 days, did you see Rob all 3 days or just one or two of them?
I think only two of the days.
At any time, did you see your sister and Rob go off whispering or appear to be secretive in any way?
No. My boys also played racquetball with Rob.
Separately?
Yes, because you play in twos. So Rob and Eric, and then Rob and Matthew would play. And I played with Robert.
And then did you see Rob any time after that before Fabio was murdered?
No.
After that, were you with your sister for those days that you continued to be in LA, however many they were from the middle to when you left on the 6th?
Yes, every day.
Were there any days that your sister was gone for any period of time from your presence?
No, we even went grocery shopping together. I went to Ralph's. I helped her do the groceries. We would come home. We'd make dinner together. I don't recall any time when I wasn't with her.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you celebrated New Year's Eve with Monica and Fabio?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Who was there for that celebration?
So on New Year's Eve, it was my family, so myself, Grant, my 3 children, Monica, Fab, Isabella, Jessica, their neighbor and friend, Deborah and Mike, and their, I believe, their son, Max. Jessica's boyfriend at the time, I don't remember his name, Ernie and his wife, Emily.
Is that Ernie Valerano?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know who Ernie was?
Yes, I know he was a friend of Fab's.
I've met him, Fabio's.
A friend of Fabio's, yes. And Nick, I don't know his last name, also a friend of Fabio's.
Is that, if I said Nick Berardi,
yes,
does that sound
that's
familiar?
correct. Yes.
Okay.
And his girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
And then after dinner, racquetball friends came. So I met Elise, I don't know her name, and her husband, I forget his name. Okay. I met Faye and her husband, I don't remember his name.
Okay. And during that evening, Ms. Cristini, did you have an opportunity to observe how Monica and Fabio were interacting?
Yeah, they were great. They were entertaining the whole group. We had, my sister and I went and got karaoke. So Fab was busy putting on the karaoke songs and we were all singing. And it was raining kind of that night and cool, so we were all under the covered part of the patio where he usually sits, and the TV's right there. So we were having a good time.
And that was a favored area that you were well aware of?
Yes. He had his own chair. We knew where he would be all the time. He sat in his chair, smoked a cigar, watched his TV, extremely loud, and would be on the phone. He just had a very bubbly, outgoing personality.
Did you know anyone who had any conflict with Fabio?
I don't know of anyone. He was well loved. I don't know of anybody who would have done that.
So you fly back to Canada on the 6th. Did you have any custom or regular routine with your communication with your sister?
Yes, so because I work, I teach, the minute I get home, I usually get home Toronto time around 5:30. And just before I start dinner, I would go outside, grab a glass of wine, sit on the patio, call my sister, or she would call me, always around that time, because she knew I was home. When I'm at school, I don't have my phone, so we don't talk during the day. But the minute I get home, and Toronto's 3 hours ahead, so if I get home at 5:30, it's like 2:30 here, and we would talk, sometimes 2-3 times a night, almost every day.
Okay. And at that time in January, let's say January 6th to January 23rd, were you also regularly communicating with Monica by text?
Yes, we text each other, we would call each other, depended.
How often would you be texting with Monica during this period?
Usually we would call each other because she knew I would be home at certain times. But if she didn't answer, I would text and say, hey, where are you? Give me a call when you're home, stuff like that. And she would do the same.
When you would text with Monica, would you use any particular app frequently to communicate with her?
Yeah, I used WhatsApp because it's free.
Is WhatsApp an encrypted app?
I believe it's an encrypted app, but it's free for anybody, and you could use it to make long-distance calls as long as you have Wi-Fi.
Is the fact that it's encrypted, was that any part of you using that app?
No, the fact that it was free for me to call my sister in the States is why I used it. And people in Italy, you could use it anywhere, internationally.
Were you aware that in December of 2016, whether Monica had the WhatsApp app?
Yes, she had the WhatsApp app.
How long had you communicated with Monica on WhatsApp as of December 2016 using specifically WhatsApp?
I'm sorry, how long?
Yeah, how many months, how many days, or
As soon as I got my iPhone, I downloaded it. So 2 years maybe, I don't know. Since I've had an iPhone, we've done it, and I've had an iPhone for a very long time.
And when you say we've done it, you were communicating with Monica for that full time, both on her iPhone and WhatsApp?
Yes, go back and forth, depending where I was. If I was at home or in the car or at someone's house, I would use WhatsApp.
And you would also use your iPhone messaging to communicate
Correct.
with Monica?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention, unfortunately, to the day that you learned Fabio had been murdered, the 23rd of January, 2017. Had you spoken to Monica on the 23rd at all?
Yes.
During the day?
Yes, when I got home from work, which again was around 5:30, I grabbed a glass of wine and I went on the patio in the middle of winter to have a cigarette, and I called her and she would do the same. She'd grab a glass of wine, grab a cigarette, and we talked. And we talked about our day, what was going on.
Let me stop you just for a second.
Sure.
you have a specific memory of being on the phone with Monica on the 23rd of January 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that was at what time? The best you can recall.
Toronto time, between 5 and 5:30. So here, 2 and 2:30.
Okay.
And when I spoke to her, I remember hearing her say goodbye to the cleaning lady. She said, the cleaning lady's here, she's just leaving. I heard her walk through the kitchen and open the patio door because it squeaks. And I heard the TV blaring and her say to Fabio, is it possible this TV has to be this loud? And which is something she would always say to him because it was very loud. And I screamed out and said, say hi to Fab for me. And he screamed back, hi, Annare, because that's what he used to call me.
He called you what?
Annare.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was something you heard on the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
And I asked her, oh, he's home today? And she said, yeah, he's sitting outside. He's on doing some calls and watching TV, but this TV's so loud, the whole neighborhood could hear it.
Was Fabio usually at work or always at home when you called? If you know, when you called her or she called you during the day?
You may answer.
When I called her, he was at work. Usually.
And is it your testimony that you specifically recall a discussion about Fabio being home that day, or you just heard his voice?
No, like I said, I heard her open the door, I heard the TV, and I heard her say, Fab, is it possible that the TV's so loud? And then I said, say hi to Fab for me, and he said, hi, Annare. And she closed the door, and that's how come I remember.
Do you recall anything else that Monica talked to you about during that phone call?
Yeah, I was getting ready to go because my kids were looking at me through the patio door making a motion like this because they were hungry. And I said, okay, Mo, I have to go in. I got to get dinner started. These kids are starving. Call me when you're done dinner. And she said, yeah, I have to go to Ralph's because Fab wants what we call fatina, which are veal cutlets, and I need to buy some stuff. And I said, okay, call me when you're starting to get dinner ready, because by then I would have finished dinner, and we can talk again. And she said she would.
Did Monica on the call seem rushed at all, or different from when you usually spoke to her?
Not at all. She seemed 100% herself.
Did you say it was you who told her you had to go while you were speaking on the phone?
That's correct. I said I had to go because my kids were hungry. I had to make dinner. And she said, okay, yes, I have to go to Fab wants fatina for dinner. I need to go buy some stuff.
And you both hung up the call?
And we hung up knowing that she would call me back. She usually, when we said that, when I said, okay, call me later when you're getting dinner ready, I was expecting a call around 7:30. And instead I got one at 8.
Okay. Let's talk about that briefly. How did you learn that Fabio had been murdered?
I went to lay down on the couch after dinner while my husband was cleaning up, and I left my cell phone on the kitchen counter. It started to ring, and I said to my husband, can you answer it? It's probably my sister. So he answered it in a goofy voice, because he goofed around with my sister all the time. And he went, hello, something like that, like very weird answer. And then he held the phone to his ear and his mouth open, and he just went, what? What are you talking about? And I said to him, stop fooling around, just give me the phone. I knew it was my sister. And he passed the phone to me in shock, and all I could hear was Jessica screaming and crying, hysterical, saying, my father's dead, they killed him, he's dead. And I didn't understand. I'm like, what happened? What's going on? And she was just crying hysterically. And I said, who's there? Pass me to someone. Where's your mom? And she said, my mom's here. She can't talk. And she passed the phone to Deborah. And Deborah is the one who told me what happened.
Okay. Deborah was who to you? Did you know a Deborah?
Yes, I've met Deborah on almost since my sister and Fab moved there and lived on Nogales Street. She was a neighbor there, and that was one of the first friendships that Fab and my sister made. So every time I went to California, I always saw Deb and Mike.
And that was Deborah Obad and her husband Mike?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do upon learning this and speaking with Jessica, if anything?
With speaking with Jessica or Deborah?
I'm sorry, Deborah.
When I spoke to Deborah, I learned that Fab was stabbed, that he died, that Bella found him, that there was nothing that the paramedics could do, that police were there, and Monica and the girls were standing in the driveway, and Monica didn't want to leave. And I asked to speak to Monica, but Deborah told me that she couldn't talk. She couldn't come to the phone. She's in no condition to talk. She can't put words together. And I said, okay, please just tell her I'm going to come immediately, and Grant's getting a flight out for me. I'll be there soon. Just tell her I'll be there soon. And Deborah asked me if I was going to tell my parents, and I said, I'm driving there right now. It's not a phone call you want to make. So I hung up with Deborah. We had agreed that I would call her the minute I knew of flight information. I jumped in my car and I drove to my mom's house, and I had to break the news to my parents, and my mom collapsed. I'm sorry. My mom collapsed on the floor. My dad and I picked her up, put her on the couch, and immediately she said, I want to talk to her. I want to talk to the girls. So I said, okay, Grant's working on getting us a flight. We're going to try to leave tonight. We called Deborah back because my mom and I both wanted to make sure Monica was okay and Bella was okay. And so we called Deborah back, and I said, Grant's still working on it. We had talked in between, and he had told me that couldn't find any flights leaving that night. He was going to try to see the earliest flight in the morning for my mom and I. And I gave her that information, and I said, as soon as I have my flight booked, I will call you and tell you what time we land, but it'll probably be in the morning. And she said, don't worry, somebody will come and pick you up. And someone will come and pick you up. And then I asked to speak to Monica, and my mom, I had the phone to my ear, and my mom, her head and my head were together on the phone, and all we could hear was her crying hysterically. And we just screamed, be strong, we're coming, we're on our way, we'll be there in the morning, And then Deborah took the phone back and said, I made Deborah promise not to leave them alone there because we didn't know anybody here. I said, please don't leave the girls alone. And she said, I promise you I'll take them all back to my house until you get here. And I said, okay. So I hung up, and that was my conversation with Deborah, and the only time that I spoke to my mom, spoke to my sister. Later on, I believe Deborah called me again to tell me they were across the street at a neighbor's house. And I think I spoke to Jessica. I don't remember, but I spoke to Deb, and she told me that they were across the street in the neighbor's house, and Monica was just sitting on the couch looking out the window, calling out for Fab.
You then made arrangements and got down to Los Angeles?
Yes, my husband got us tickets for the first flight in the morning. We came immediately, got a direct flight. I think we landed around lunchtime here.
Okay, that was on the 24th of January, the day after Fabio was killed?
Correct. I also called Marco that night I didn't have the heart to call Marilla. I didn't know if she knew. So I called Marco, and when he answered the phone, I just heard Marilla in the background wailing. And I said, I guess you heard the news. We're leaving. My mom and I are leaving in the morning. And he had asked if we should maybe wait and all go together. And I said, I'm not waiting. I'm going now. I can't leave my sister and the girls there alone. And my mom feels the same way.
Let me understand. So in that conversation with Marco, he asked you to wait to leave for Los Angeles?
Yeah, so that we could all go together.
Did they not go with you the next day?
My mom and I flew on the first flight out.
Okay.
I'm not sure when they arrived, if it was the 24th or the 25th.
Okay. So you all flew out the next day. Did you go straight to the house?
Straight to the
Or did you
house.
go somewhere else?
So Mike, Deborah's husband, and Jessica came to pick me up. We drove straight to Monica and Fab's house. There was a woman who I later found out recognized as Elise, was standing in the street talking to media. There was media everywhere. The gates opened, we pulled in, and Mike made a comment like, what is that crazy lady doing talking to the media? And immediately Nick, Fab's friend, came out and grabbed her and said, we said we weren't going to speak to the media, and pulled her in. I didn't recognize her immediately because I could really care less about her. My goal was to see my sister and the girls. And when my mom and I ran into the house, we found my sister on the couch, hugging a gray sweater that belonged to Fabio and rocking. Tears pouring down her face. She had toilet paper and Kleenex all around her. And when we tried to talk to her, she wasn't even making eye contact with us. She just kept holding this sweater saying, I don't know why I didn't fix it. And we were like trying to figure out what she was talking about. And then she told us there was a hole in it, and he had asked her to sew up the hole, and she didn't get to it. And my mom offered to take the sweater and said, I'll fix it. And she said, no, I don't want anyone else to touch it. It still smells like him. And she stayed with that sweater till the wake and even after.
Did you were with your mom when you
Yes.
got to the house?
Yes.
And you were both with Monica from the time you got to the house through when?
Until we all came back to Canada with Fab's body. So that
A
would have been
week
the
later?
30th, yeah.
Okay. So when you got to the house, was there a time at which Morella and Marco and her family, Fabio's family, came?
Yes, but I don't think it was the 24th. I think they came like the 25th, and it was a staggered entry. Like not everybody came at the same time. But it was,
Okay.
Do you want to know who came?
Well, let's start with, did Morella come?
Yes.
Okay. And from the day she got there, if that was, you think the next day?
I think it was the next day.
Okay. From the day she got there, did you and Monica and Morella spend a lot of time together that next week through when you say you went back to Canada
Yes,
for
so
Fabio's burial?
Morella and all her family stayed at a hotel close by, but they came straight to the house every morning and stayed until night.
Stayed until nighttime?
Stayed until nighttime.
And
And Fab's mom was also there.
were you staying at a hotel or where were you staying?
I was staying at the house, and I slept in the same bed with my sister.
Okay. And during the time that Morella got there, let's say that first day, can you describe how Monica was, her demeanor, how she was acting?
She was clearly in shock. We had actually called her family doctor, and he came to do a house call, and he prescribed her something and told us that she is clearly in shock.
Assistant.
Okay. Can
And
you describe
describe Monica?
what she looked like, what her demeanor was?
Sure.
Stricken.
You
Can I answer? Okay.
Yes.
She was in her gray robe the whole time, very rarely changed out of it. Tears were always streaming down her face, even though she wasn't like sobbing hysterically. There were always tears going down her face. Her nose was always running. She sat outside with me most days and Morella. She created like a little shrine where Fab used to sit and I don't know if it was Monica or who did, but somebody put a hat and his favorite cigar and his favorite tequila next to there. And so we all sat around this chair and she would just stare at it, holding this gray sweater, tears coming down. She really couldn't put together a sentence for the first day or so till she started actually talking. And she never really told me what happened. I heard it from Jessica and Isabella because she just couldn't even bring herself to describe what she saw.
That first day Morella got there, or even the second or third day, was there ever a time that you observed Monica conducting a tour of the crime scene, of the place where Fabio had been murdered, or talking about what had been found or not found by the police?
I never remember her doing anything of the sort.
Was there ever a time during that day that Morella got there that you observed Monica giving away Fabio's personal things?
The only time I saw my sister give anything away was the Rolex watch that Fab had on. She had told me that she wanted to give that to Luigi and wanted to make sure Luigi got that because Fabio would want his son to have that. And so she gave Luigi that. And the only other time I remember any talk of taking stuff that belonged to Fabio was when they were choosing what Fabio was going to wear in the casket. And they were deciding between suits, which suit should he wear, the red one, the blue one, the gray one, his favorite hat, how they called him Big Daddy. And at that time, I think my sister said to the nephews and Luigi, if you would like to take a piece of clothing or something to remember Fabio by, please go ahead and feel free to do so. She wasn't giving away his stuff. She was offering a memento for them to take back to Canada if they
And
wanted
did you
something.
personally observe this?
Yes.
And did you observe any of Morella or any of her family members asking for any items that they, after she offered this?
They didn't ask. They just went in and they came out. I think someone took a hat, and someone took a scarf, someone took a jacket. I really wasn't paying attention to what they took, but I know they did take stuff.
Okay. During the week after you got there, did you stay every night with Monica at the house?
Every night.
And during the day, were you there all the time with Monica?
All
or
day.
Okay. Would she leave for any reason, for any period of time?
Not without me.
And during that week, was there anything, you talked about her crying and getting a sedative or whatever it was from the doctor. Did you ever, was there anything unusual about her self-care or hygiene that you noticed that week that was different in any way from how Monica usually kept herself?
Yes, I would have to force her to take a shower. I would have to walk her to the bathroom, open the shower door, turn on the shower, tell her to take a shower, tell her to brush her teeth. We would try to force feed her because she wasn't eating, but she was drinking wine and she was smoking a lot. But we all were. I was, Morella was, we were all outside with her, and we all did the same thing.
At some point during that week, did you and Monica and Morella arrange for a funeral home and a casket for Fabio?
Yes, we called around and we found a funeral home. We went, the three of us together, to pick out the casket. Morella picked out the blue one, silver metal one.
Was there a discussion while you were there about how Fabio would be buried, whether he would be buried or cremated?
When I was there, the only conversation that I remember having was my sister coming out. Luigi was present, Isabella, Jessica, Morella, myself, and Morella's mom, Maria. And Monica came out and said, your dad had always told me that he wanted to be cremated, but I don't know how you guys feel about it. So you're his children, you guys should decide. And they all decided that he should be cremated. And I remember this conversation because Fabio's mom, who had the dementia or Alzheimer's, I'm not sure which one, she said to Morella in Italian, but maybe there's a needle that we could give him that could bring him back to life. And Morella said, oh, really, Mom? Okay, let me ask Vanessa, because her daughter Vanessa was in medical school. And then she later said, no, Mom, there is no such needle. So that's why I remember the conversation about the cremation.
Did you ever hear during that whole time that you observed or heard this conversation, anyone say that Fabio would not want to be cremated?
Never.
And when you say, I think you referred to the children deciding whether he would be cremated, was that Jessica and Bella and Luigi?
Correct.
And was there any disagreement at all between them as to what they decided? Did you
As
hear?
form sustained.
Did you hear during that conversation between when it was brought up and when it was decided, any conversation about a disagreement or objection to Fabio being cremated?
I did not even know that was a thing, that anybody was upset about that. That never came up.
And when you say that never came up, even after
Even
that
after.
conversation?
Yes.
And then at the end of that week, Sunday, that's when the funeral home and viewing took place?
I believe it was a Sunday, yes.
Okay. And you all then went back for a wake or some kind of reception at the Sementilli home?
Correct.
And were you there?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Monica? Did she attend the viewing and at the funeral home?
Yes, so we all went to the funeral home together. It was the first time that we were going to see Fab. The casket was open. She was very distraught, crying. Jessie didn't want to look at the casket, but she did. Everybody was very emotional. I walked my sister over to the casket. She placed her hand on Fab's shoulder. She said a few things. I don't remember exactly what she said. I love you. I miss you. Why did this happen to you?
Horrible.
Did she say anything else that you recall?
No, because she was crying. Mumbling words, crying. Then we left there. We went home. The caterer, whoever it was starting to set up the tables in the backyard. So she said, I'm going to put on my robe and lay down for a bit. And she did that. And she said, call me when people start coming. So she did that. And then when people came, I went to call her. I told her, okay, people are coming. You need to get up. And she got up and got dressed, but like wore running shoes. And I don't even remember what she wore, but it was nothing fancy. It wasn't her robe, though. She changed out of her robe. She was dressed in the morning, came home, changed into her robe and pajamas, laid down. And then when I told her people were coming, she got up, got dressed, and came out.
When you got home with Monica, was the reception already being set up? You mentioned about tables and...
Yeah, they were setting up tables and chairs, and there were some people around from the restaurant or a caterer getting stuff ready.
Do you know who made those arrangements or who organized it?
I think it was the company, Wella or Cody, and with maybe Morella suggested it. I don't know. I know I didn't suggest it, but they did, and they had this company come in, and they did a wonderful job.
Why do you think Morella suggested it or might have suggested it?
Well, I only...
This thing?
Did you see Morella during this day or in the previous days interacting in any way with Fabio's company to make arrangements for any reception?
Yes. At this time, Morella...
So rule.
Morella was busy writing the obituary, and she asked us what did we think about this obituary. She was busy calling Toronto, trying to make arrangements in Toronto. She booked a hall in Toronto to have this ginormous party for when Fabio had his viewing in Toronto. She was dealing with the menu with Fab's co-workers. She had them drive her and her family back and forth from the hotel to the house, back to the hotel at night. And I didn't think this was a problem until Alicia, Fabio's personal assistant, came to me.
Sustained.
Was there something unusual that made you think it was a problem at some point that occurred?
Yes, because...
I'll hear it. It's overruled.
Yes, because Alicia, Fabio's assistant, came to me and said that Morella's being a little bit too demanding and she'd rather deal with me because I seem more calm.
Objection to this hearsay.
That's sustained.
We're distraction.
Very good.
Did you learn that members of Fabio's company believed that Morella was being demanding about arranging for things?
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that Alicia Truesdale believed that Morella was being demanding?
Same objection.
It's the same thing, counsel. Sustained.
Thank you. Ma'am, at some point during the week between Fabio's death and this reception, did any members of Fabio's company come to the house to speak with Monica?
Yes, I should point out that during that whole week, it was a revolving door at Monica and Fab's house. There were lots of people coming and going, but from...
Non-responsive.
It is not responsive.
Were you there that whole week?
Yes,
And you were there both during the days and into the evenings?
yes,
And at some point, did you see and meet members of Fabio's company who came to the house?
yes.
Do you remember which day they came to the house?
No.
And when they came over, who came over?
Henry from HR, Alicia Truesdale, and there was another woman, but I don't remember her name.
Okay.
His boss, Sal, and his wife.
Okay. And do you know, did you have an understanding why they were coming over?
To give condolences. Henry came to talk about what they were going to do for Monica, what the company would do for Monica, and he spoke to her in private.
Okay, before he spoke to her in private, had you ever heard your sister ask about what she was getting from Fabio's benefits or life insurance prior to the time that these folks came over from the company?
No, I did not.
And when they came over from the company, Sal and Henry, did you sit down with Monica and Sal or Henry from the company?
No, I never sat down with them.
Okay. At some point during the time they were there, did anyone ask to speak to Monica privately?
Henry asked to speak to Monica privately.
Okay. And that was the same day he came over?
Yes.
And did you observe what Monica did in response to Henry asking to speak to her privately?
They went to her bedroom and they spoke privately in there.
At any time while they were meeting, did you or Morella go into the bedroom and sit with them?
No.
At any time while Henry or Sal were there, did you and Morella go into the living room or dining room and sit with Henry and Monica?
I believe we were already sitting at the dining room table when Henry and Monica came out.
Before Henry and Monica went in, was there ever a discussion in front of you and Morella with Monica present about life insurance or benefits or stock options or anything like that?
No, there,
Objection as to Morella.
So, rule.
no.
Do you have a distinct memory of that?
I don't actually. I remember him coming out, and I don't remember Monica ever asking anything. I remember Henry coming out and saying he took good care of. We're going to take good care of her.
Okay. And after they came out, did you learn for the first time that the company was offering to continue Fabio's salary for 6 months?
Correct. I knew they were going to pay up until June.
Okay. How did you learn that?
I think it might have been Henry that told me.
And that was after they came out of the room?
Yes.
At that same day, was there ever a time that you heard any discussion of stock options or life insurance from Henry or anyone else at the company?
No.
And did Monica at any time during that day ever say anything about her wanting a lawyer because she thought she might be screwed?
Absolutely not.
Did she ever during that day that the company members were there ever bring up the subject of getting a lawyer?
No.
Did you return with Monica after the wake to Canada?
Yes. I didn't return with her. I came the next day.
Okay. And when did she return?
She returned on February 8th.
Okay. And before she returned, were you there during the rest of the wake on the 29th?
Yes.
Were you with Monica the whole time, or were you separated at times from Monica?
The night of the wake?
Yes.
For the majority of the night, I was right beside her. But I mean, I did get up and go talk to some of the guests that were there. But I could see her sitting on the patio furniture.
Was there a time that you observed Monica greet or have any conversation with Rob Baker?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So Robert Baker came into the doorway. He hugged her. They were standing there. It looked to me like he was whispering something to her, but she was not answering. I said, "Hi, are you coming to the back?" And they said, "Yes, we're coming." And then I went into the kitchen and I told my mom, keep an eye out, make sure she comes out. And then Deborah, I believe it was Deborah, came and said, "I don't like that guy. There's something going on." And so she got Morella and they went inside.
Okay. When you say that you observed them go out, what did you mean by that? Outside?
Outside onto the patio.
Okay. And were you out on the patio as well?
Yeah, so he came in through the front door. I said, "Hi, how are you? Are you coming out to the patio?" And they said, we'll be there in a minute. So I walked out to the patio. Deborah saw Rob, said, I don't like that guy. And then she went to go talk to Morella, and they both went inside. I went outside.
How long was this whole period, if you remember?
To be honest, I don't remember, but it wasn't very long.
Okay. And did you ever see your mom confront Rob?
I saw my mom come out and say to him, who are you and what are you doing here? And to which he responded, I'm a friend and I'm consoling her.
And was there any other discussion that you heard?
I think at one point my mom told him to leave.
Did he leave?
Not right away.
Okay. What did he do?
I think he came out to the fire pit and opened a beer.
Did you see him do that?
I saw him open the beer.
Where was Monica at this time?
Sitting beside me on the red couch, the red patio couch.
And that night, did you stay with Monica?
Yes,
And did you stay in the same room that night?
yes.
And can you describe for us Monica's demeanor before you went to bed? Do you remember what time you both went to sleep?
I don't remember what time it was, but I know that she was physically exhausted. She sat on the edge of the bed. I went into the bathroom to wash my face and get ready for bed. And when I came out, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, hysterically crying. I ran in, got her some toilet paper because I couldn't find a box of tissues. I grabbed toilet paper, brought out a roll. We sat on the edge of the bed. I hugged her. I told her the hard part's over. You know, now we'll get through this together. I'm here for you. She said, I just want to sleep so that he can come to me in my dreams. I want to see him in my dreams.
And then the next day or the day after, Monica flew back with Fabio's body. They shipped Fabio back to Canada for his burial?
Yes.
Okay. And Monica went earlier than you went back, or?
No, we went together.
You went together
Yes.
back to Canada. And then there was a burial in Canada, and Monica and the girls were all there for that?
There was a viewing in Canada, and then, I don't know what you mean by burial. They put the ashes in a tomb.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was a Sementilli family member who had offered?
Yes, she very graciously offered the temporary use of a crypt, I guess you call it, a tomb.
Okay. Now, the next time you were with Monica and Fabio and Monica's daughters was when you flew back to Los Angeles in February?
Correct. I left the very next day, February 9th.
Okay. And you again stayed with with Monica and Jessica and Bella?
Yes.
Okay. And during that trip in February 9th, were you there for more than a couple of days, or were you there for an extended period?
I was there until Family Day, which in Canada, I think that year was the 20th.
So you were there from February 9th to the 20th?
Correct.
And you stayed at the house the whole time?
Yes.
Were you with Monica throughout that period?
Yes.
And that was during the day and in the evenings?
Correct.
Okay. And during that period, was there ever a time that Monica Sementilli brought up the subject of life insurance or stock options or money benefits having to do with what Fabio had at his company?
Monica told me that Fab did not have a will, and I suggested that she seek an estate lawyer.
You suggested to her that she seek an
Correct.
estate lawyer.
And I said, that's why I'm here, to help you go through all these things, and we can figure it out together.
And how did she respond to that suggestion?
She said she didn't know any estate lawyers. So then I said to her, well, how about you call your chartered accountant, Joel, and ask him if he knows any estate lawyers, which we did, and he recommended Jeff Sidney.
Did you go with her to that? Well, did she ever make an appointment?
Yes, she made an appointment, and I went with her to the appointment. I did not go in the room, although she did invite me in the room. I said, no, that's your personal financial information. I don't need to know that. I'm here if you need me.
Was there ever a time during that trip that Jeff Sidney or any attorney came to the house to speak to Monica?
From what I recall, we just went to his office. I don't recall any other lawyer coming to the house.
And did you ever go to any more appointments with the lawyer?
I believe it was just that one time, and then he started the paperwork because Fab didn't have a will to go through probate or something like that. And then there were phone calls, but I don't believe we went there again.
During that first week you were there and when you came back on the 9th, did you personally observe Monica ever call the police to speak to the police about their investigation?
Yes, we called almost every day
Okay.
for the first week. We had a lot of questions.
Tell me about that. You personally were on calls with Monica?
Yes, Monica would call the detectives in front of me. On one occasion, that first week, I called Detective Parchnall to ask if it was safe for us to be in the house.
Okay. In that conversation, what did Detective Parchnall tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
Explain the substance of conduct for
You can answer.
Okay. He told me that it's perfectly safe to stay in the house because they believe it was a burglary, and burglars don't strike twice in the same spot, especially with all the media attention we've got. I think he said lightning doesn't strike twice.
And the detective personally told you that directly?
Yes, and Monica was in the kitchen with me, and I can't remember if I was on speakerphone or I just held the phone out so she could hear as well.
In any of that conversation, did Monica speak to Detective Parchnall?
You mean when I called that day?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever hear Monica speak to Detective Parchnall?
Yes.
When did you hear that?
The day after he passed away, almost every other day that I was there, she would call.
And did you ever hear what she was talking about when she spoke to Detective Parchnall?
She wanted to know if there were any leads in the case, what's happening, who did this, why do they think they did this, and was it safe to stay in the house?
And did you hear any of the conversations of when Detective Parchnall answered Monica?
I didn't hear his answers.
And did you ever hear Monica say anything during January or February through the 20th, 18th or 20th to the police about life insurance or money or finances?
The only time I remember her asking the police about life insurance or policy money is when she found out that Luigi received his share, and she was wondering why her girls and herself didn't get it.
And when was that, if you recall?
I don't remember.
Okay. So after you were there through the 20th, or the 18th, let's say, if you don't remember precisely, did you and Monica ever, did Monica ever come back to Canada that month?
Yes, she came back for the 1 month mass.
Okay. And that was towards the end of February?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall where Monica stayed during that time?
Monica and the girls stayed with my mother.
And during the time she was there, was there ever an occasion that you and Monica and Morella and your cousins went to a dinner at a restaurant?
Yes, we went to a restaurant in town, Woodbridge.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 107. Do you recognize who's in this picture?
Yes, that's my sister, my cousin Marcella, myself, and Morella.
Okay. And is this the dinner that you recall on the 1-month anniversary of Fabio's death, where there was going to be also a mass in Canada?
Yes, but I don't know why it says April 13.
Okay. So you recall this happening towards the end of February, beginning of March?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I mark for identification a one-page copy of a photograph with Ms. Crescini and Monica Sementilli as Defense 626?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you another photograph. Is this a photograph of the same dinner that you identified as occurring when Monica was up for the 1-month mass in late February, early March 2007?
Yes, it is.
And showing you the timestamp information on the photo, does that look like it reflects the actual date that that dinner occurred?
Yes, it does.
And was that March 2nd, 2017, that you were with Morella Rota, right?
Yes.
And your cousins?
It looks like the same place.
Okay. When you say the same place, I notice that Monica is in what looks to be a black winter coat. Is that Monica in the picture? Did she have a black winter coat on that night?
Yeah, she did.
Okay. And you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And who are the other people in the picture?
So the blonde next to Monica is my cousin Marcella, and the brunette next to me is my cousin Nina.
Okay. And I see in the background there's a woman with reddish hair on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And you are, does that accurately represent the dinner you were discussing earlier?
Yes,
The
that's,
picture?
yes.
And I see in the photograph that was presented to you prior, do you see, is that the same woman you saw in the other photograph?
Yes, it is.
And Monica is in the black coat?
Correct.
And Morella is on the right?
Correct.
And that was the same dinner?
That's correct. My cousin Nina came later.
At any time during that dinner, did Monica ever bring up the subject of life insurance or getting life insurance or money?
She never brought it up.
And while you were with her on that trip for the 1-month mass, did she ever in your presence talk about life insurance or wanting life insurance or being dissatisfied in any way that she didn't have life insurance?
At that dinner?
Yes.
I believe my cousins asked her what's going on with the case, and we still said had no leads, and they asked her, well, what's going on with the insurance? And she said, I don't have any answers. And that was it. Most of the night we talked about Fab, memories of Fab, remember the time when. We talked about where they were, Monica and Fab were planning to go, or where they would have liked to go together. And we had said to my sister, okay, in time, we will all go together to those places.
After Fabio's death, and when you were with Monica on the 1-month anniversary and before in February, did you start coming to Los Angeles regularly?
Sorry, can you repeat the dates? When?
After, let's say, March 2nd, when you were up there, did you leave March 2nd, or, I mean, did Monica leave March 2nd or the next day?
I'm not sure when she left, because
Okay.
she came down for, it was a short trip, that one, just for
Okay.
the mass. So I think she left within a few days of that night. And the next time I saw her, my daughter went in March break, and I believe I saw her Monica came back to Toronto for Easter. Yeah, she came back for Easter. She came back for the Lifetime Achievement Award that Fab received, that she was accepting in his honor in the first weeks of June.
And then she was arrested.
And then she was arrested like 2 days after that.
Okay. Ma'am, you and your sister, when you were not visiting Los Angeles, would you continue to talk or text on a regular basis?
Yes.
In any of the text messages you had with Monica, did she ever complain about life insurance or not getting money?
I mean, there was a time when I would ask her about, well, how come you're not getting your money? Did you get your life insurance yet? And she would say, no, I don't know what's taking so long. And I would tell her, well, that's not right. Like, what's taking so long? You should find out. Why don't you call the police and ask them? I said that. My mom said that. My husband Grant told her that. Marco told her that. Morella told her that. We couldn't understand why she wasn't receiving this life insurance policy. And at that time, we also knew that Fab's company was going to stop paying, giving his salary to them. So my sister didn't have a job. How are they going to live in that house and pay for all their bills?
Did you ever at any time see Monica or learn that Monica had been going on any kind of spending spree or buying things that were ridiculously out of character for Monica in purchases of any physical items?
After Fab died?
Yes.
The only thing that I thought was out of the ordinary was when she purchased or financed her car. At the time when she told me, I didn't see the car. She just told me that she leased or financed Ford Mustang, which is not unusual because we all love Mustangs. It was my first car. Fab loved Mustangs. Monica loved Mustangs. When they moved to California, Fab purchased an old red Mustang for Monica to drive around, which was later passed down to his daughter, Jessica. So the fact that it was a Mustang didn't bother me.
Did you come to know that Monica had any issue with Fab's truck, Ford 150?
Yes, I think it was in February when I was there that we were dealing with the Porsche situation, trying to sell that, and to try to figure out what she wanted to do with his F-150.
Okay. And did you personally learn what Monica was wanting to do with the F-150?
Objection here.
Sustained.
Did Monica ever talk to you about what she wanted to do with the F-150? Did you learn at some point that Monica was unable to keep the lease on the Ford 150?
Objection leaving.
So rule in that ground, but it is hearsay. Sustained.
Did you ever know what happened to the Ford 150?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, objection. It's going to be based on hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, did you personally learn that from any interaction with Monica about the Ford 150?
Same objection.
Sustained.
When you learned that Monica had purchased a Mustang, did you learn ever that she had purchased any other vehicle?
No.
Did you learn at some point that Bella had been in a traffic accident?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you understand had happened in Bella's traffic accident?
All I remember was that her
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Where did you learn this from?
my sister.
Okay.
Objection, hearsay.
There's no question.
Ms. Crescenti, did there come a time that you spoke to Morella Rota or her common-law husband, Marco, about life insurance?
Yes.
Did there come a time when Marco reached out to you personally and your husband to discuss his concerns about life insurance?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was in May.
Okay. And tell me about what happened.
He called me.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our adjournment this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admonition applies. You do not discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or form express an opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening.